Okay, we're live, Margot.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the February 13th, 2026 meeting of the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees. The meeting is being held in person at the Higgins Welcome Center with board members participating remotely. At this time, I will ask Interim Board Secretary Emily Diamandis to conduct a roll call attendance to determine if a quorum is present. Please clearly respond present via WebEx or present in person when your name is called.
Margot Cook,
Present via WebEx.
Sabatoni,
Present via WebEx.
Ria Ducharme,
Present via WebEx.
Michael Fascitelli,
Present via WebEx.
Charles Fogarty,
Present via WebEx.
Joe Formicola,
Present via WebEx.
Monica Garnes,
Present via WebEx.
Bill Kerwin,
Present via WebEx.
Matthew Lenz,
Present via WebEx.
Robbie Luna,
Present via WebEx.
David Martirano,
Present via WebEx.
Joseph Matthews,
Present in person.
Courtney Nicolato,
Present via WebEx.
Fahid Onjazieri,
Present via WebEx.
Jay Placencia,
Present via WebEx.
Tom Ryan, Mark Parlange,
Present via WebEx.
Michael Gray, David Caprio,
Present via WebEx.
Christine Bovey,
Present via WebEx.
and Ryan Estes.
Present via WebEx.
We do have a quorum.
Thank you, Emily. Okay, a reminder to all members for the benefit of our public audience and the note taker. Please clearly identify yourself whenever you comment, make a motion or a second to a motion. Please clearly state yes or no or abstain for all action items. I'd also ask for people to leave your, put yourself on mute unless you're speaking. Board members participating using WebEx are required to keep their cameras on. As remote members and all persons present at the meeting location must be clearly audible and visible to each other. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that the University of Rhode Island occupies the traditional stomping ground of the Narragansett Nation and the Niantic people. And as we just mentioned, I just want to welcome Monica Garnes eventually to the East Coast, and congratulations on becoming president of the Atlanta division of Kroger. That's fantastic. Okay, are there any proposed amendments to the published agenda? Okay, hearing none. The first order of business is open forum, and Emily, if I have it correct, we don't have anyone this morning.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next order of business is report of the chair. So I've got a couple of quick topics to run through. The first is we are once again in the middle of budget season, and I think everyone knows that this is an important time for URI as it seeks assistance from the state, and the state has been once again very helpful and very supportive of the university, and we see it time and again with what the governor is doing from not just a budget standpoint, but showing up at many of our events, including our speaker and our Senate president and all the legislators that are always really present to help URI and really understand the importance of URI to the state and to each other. But specifically, I wanted to acknowledge that the physical
Sorry,
URI
Mark,
campus.
are you all hearing background noise? Can people?
Yeah, I do. I hear a little bit.
Yeah, Emily, it's coming from the anchor room.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, thanks,
We'll mute
Fahid.
the room, and if myself or if Joe has a comment, we'll unmute. How about that?
Perfect. So what I was talking about was that we've spent a lot of time on on the master plan, and we're really starting to see that come to fruition, where we see the physical URI campus is beginning to change. There's been a number of groundbreakings that we've had and that we will have into the spring and summer. And most recently, we had the URI new student housing groundbreaking, and that's a place where the state leaders really are effective in helping us to transform the physical campus. I'd also like to say thank you to Gil Bain for their partnership. The fact that we're doing the first private-public partnership in the state of Rhode Island, that's really exciting, and I think it's up to all of us to make sure that that goes as well as possible. And so far, it started out great. I think what's really important, though, is that as we transform the living environment of our students, this new housing that we broke ground on recently is going to add about 900 undergrad beds across 2 new residence halls. The first is opening August 2027 with over 500 beds, and the second will open in August 2028 with about 400 beds. We're also redeveloping the Graduate Village apartments. That's going to create about 200 beds through 6 townhouse-style residences. And I mention this because this is a really important element of, as Mark and others and Dean will talk about, when students look to make a decision about URI, their parents want to know where their students are going to live, and it's an important element. So the fact that we're adding so many new beds and renovating existing beds, it's an important part of what makes URI attractive and keeps us in the high stead that we've seen acknowledged publicly and by our students. And so we're going to continue that investment. We're also going to hear about the Narragansett Bay campus, a little bit from President Parlange, but then in the spring, Abby's going to bring a more developed plan for us. So really excited about that. Second big topic is campus security, and we're going to hear about that today. We were right in it with Brown University when their unfortunate and unthinkable tragedy happened in December. And I actually asked to take a moment for all of us to really just remember and think about the victims and the profound impact that that tragedy had on Brown. I think what's important is that we'll be reviewing our campus safety and security in executive session today, as that, again, is one of the probably the most important thing that's on the minds of parents and faculty and staff. And so we're going to take some time to talk about that today. My third topic is the endowment. So a few of us, Mike Fascitelli, Tom Ryan, and me, we served on the URI Foundation for many years, and I was on the investment committee for many years. So we're pretty familiar with how the endowment is managed, but I don't know that every board member is. And I think it's really important that we not only hear from Mark Antonucci, who we will hear from today, but also specifically from how the endowment is managed. And I think it's important that we understand what's happening from a return standpoint, and for all of us to be articulate about how our endowment is managed. So we're going to hear from Michael Ice and Adam Quinlan on that topic. And then finally, we're going to have a really good discussion today about the medical school. We're going to do some of that in executive session, where we're going to hear in detail where we stand from the work that Paul Umbach has been doing, and what we'll talk about later after we come out of executive session is the importance of the work that the Special Legislative Commission did, and the fact that they voted 15-0 to support the ongoing work around the medical school. But it's important that the board do its work to understand the progress, the economic impact. And so we're going to talk about that today, and then we'll come out of session and we're going to discuss a vote of confidence on the work that's been done there. So lots of good stuff today. Really important work that's happening at the university. And I really couldn't be more happy with the things that are that we laid out in the plan that the president put forward a couple of years ago. We're seeing many of those things take effect today, and I think that's a really important step. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to the president to discuss the report of the president.
Okay, thank you, Margot, and Emily, grateful if you're able to show the slides. Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. Well, first of all, good morning. Thank you, Margot. I hope everybody had a nice winter break. Well-deserved time off. It feels like spring today in Rhode Island. The snow is melting, so it's looking forward to welcoming you back to campus. There is a lot going on as pointed out, on the Kingston campus, but also on the Bay campus. I'm going to highlight a few aspects, and I am going to talk about the budget, and then I will give, as I always do, the updates on our relative KPIs. So the first thing is, as many of you have heard from us, that we were ranked the #1 public for the second year in a row, according to the Wall Street Journal. If you look at it a little bit more closely, in 26, it was interesting. We actually continued to climb. So we were actually nationwide 76 nationally out of the 584 universities that were ranked. And this was up a jump of 8 spots from 84 the year before. And among public flagship universities, URI actually moved up to 9 nationally from number 12 nationally. So I think this reflects in many ways, remember, the success of our students, the success of our graduates. And it's a point that I'm going to come back to at the end, and also talking about the importance of the investment of the state of Rhode Island in its research flagship university. So I also want to begin by thanking some colleagues. If we jump to the next slide, Mark and Sue Cruz. So their friends, Mark actually played football at the University of Rhode Island, and they've made this $2 million gift. It's $1.5 million to support a student athlete, and then 500,000 towards support of renovations towards the football locker rooms and so forth. The thing that's important is just to remind, we have the state did invest significantly in RICAP dollars with also the investment that we need to make an additional 20 million in fundraising. And so Mark Antonucci and colleagues are working hard on that. And this was really important. So I'm, really warm thank you to Mark and Sue, who I've gotten to know over the years. We spend a lot of time on sidelines at football games. Mark does not believe that you should go for it on 4th down always. I always think, why not? And anyway, we'll leave it at that. Neither of us are the coach, so it doesn't really matter. I want to highlight then some community news. And there's Emily, if you go forward, thanks. There's a lot to celebrate, and every day at URI, I have to say we're able to step up, and I really want to just give a shout out. I really appreciated that the Office of Community Equity and Diversity did receive this Leadership in Diversity and Inclusion Award. It was presented by the Diversity and Inclusion Professionals. And really bravo to Vice President Markeisha Minor and her team for doing this and leading this effort on multiple fronts. And then on the right, in blue, is Professor Sarah Sweetman. Some of you may remember we've discussed her before. This past year, the National Science Foundation celebrated its 75th anniversary. They highlighted 10 professors around the United States to celebrate the NSF special anniversary. She was one of them. She's a professor in the College of Education, and she's been working on the PBS Kids series, Weather Hunters. So she's done a lot with pre-K to early elementary school students and really national impact. And so that's bravo to Sarah and colleagues. If we go to the next slide, a couple of other news items. We had a campus-wide celebration that was extremely well attended for Martin Luther King Day. And then the chaplains, university chaplains, Amy Olson has been the longtime chair. Thank you to Amy in the center on the left. And she highlighted first Professor Chris Hunter, who's in engineering, who's done a lot in terms of work in social justice across the campus. And then on the left is Lital Young. Many of you may remember her. She came that day when Ellen Reynolds' group in leadership came, and she's just, for those of you who know her, she's a very generous, outgoing, and really a great campus leader. She does a lot around in the fall around Friendsgiving, and that's been really a wonderful occasion to bring to have a special celebration, but also a dinner, but to bring our international community as well to campus. And then on the right, our landscape architecture program is very small, but quite mighty, and it attracts students from around the United States. We have students from Alaska who have chosen to come and major here. And a lot of what they've been doing is really looking at coastal environments. And this is celebrating Jane Buxton, their professor on the left, a number of faculty and students for their work that they did on the Jamestown waterfront. And so this was also highlighted. And it's, again, the importance of the interdisciplinary collaboration we see at URI. And next slide, thanks. Okay, the athletics complex renewal. So this was obviously a picture taken a little while ago. It's now covered in snow, but we are going full bore on the transformation of the campus. This athletics facilities renewal is really important. It was really supported again by the 66 million in RICAP funding, and paired with the private funding of up to 20 million. So the outdoor track and field facility started in October 25, and it's going to be completed by this summer. It is really going to be the best facility in the Northeast. As many of you know, our track and field teams are national class. We attract outstanding student athletes, and so this is a big deal. There's a number of other projects that have gone on. Our pool has been revised, including basic things like the roof repair, and the baseball field. We were able to resurface it. Right now, the football stands are the big priority to get that going, that transformation. And so this coming fall, our football team will be playing at Meade Stadium. If we go to the next one, the Narragansett Bay campus, we are all going to be getting together to be able to celebrate. We're going to have our ribbon cutting later this spring. This is a 32,000 square foot research and development facility. We know that there are faculty in oceanography and in ocean engineering that are really looking forward to getting in there. It's really going to be an opportunity for interdisciplinary research, looking at sensors and devices that are going to be able to measure in the deep ocean. It really continues to put us as a leader in ocean tech innovation and really the blue economy workforce. We will come back and talk a little bit about this more at the end when we talk about where we're heading on the Bay campus. But this is a big signature piece, and clearly more to follow on ocean engineering and ocean frontiers with the renovation well, the rebuild of a new oceanography laboratory building. So this is really it builds on the new pier that we had, the access, getting ready for the new research vessel that will be coming on in 27. Thank you. The Fine Arts Center is nearing completion. This is in total, it's about a $99 million renovation and addition. It's to a 50-year-old building. It's really going to be a modern hub for art, music, and theater. You've all heard me speak about it before, but our music programs are world-class. Our theater is the best of the best. And if you have a chance, there are events happening all the time. A couple of weeks ago, we had a first showing of an opera, but this spring there will be a number more theater that you could join. And then in the visual arts. And so I again want to thank Mary and Howard Frank, who generously donated a gift to really build the section where we're going to be able to show the artwork that our students do. Again, one of the big advantages of the University of Rhode Island is that many of our students double and triple major. Many of them for example, in cells, will also have a major, a second major or minor in fine arts. And so this is really a hub. We have about 50,000 visitors a year from across the state that come to our events, and we hope that ultimately all Rhode Islanders will come here at some point to see some of our ongoing work. Next slide. The new residence halls, as Margot pointed out, this is a big deal. Thank you to members of the Board of Trustees, Courtney and Joe, who joined us for this groundbreaking ceremony. This day was cold, and but Ellen Reynolds, our Vice President for Student Affairs, has really been pushing in a positive way, and Abby Benson, Vice President for Administration and Finance, really working with the Gilbane team to have this public-private partnership. So to my right in that photo is the CEO of Gilbane. Ellen had two students. To the far left, we had a graduate student, and then to Ellen's left, we had an undergraduate RA. They gave great talks, and the importance of housing on the campus cannot be underestimated. I will say that, of course, with any transition, similar to having the transition for the football, but this is different. There is a transition. We're building 1,100 beds. There's going to be 500 online next fall of 27. Gilbane actually went out of a limb to say that they guarantee it. But I do want to acknowledge that Ellen Reynolds, Tom Cooley, and team have been working closely with the graduate students to find alternative housing that's of high quality to replace the graduate student housing that will be currently coming down. And again, thanks to our board members who were in attendance. If I go to the next slide. It feels like it was a little while ago, but in December, we celebrated now for the third year our full commencement. It continues to grow. We had more than 550 undergraduate and graduate students, so bachelor's to PhD. Grateful to Maria Ducharme from the Board of Trustees for giving a very nice remarks. And this is a growing tradition, and we hear a lot of positive feedback from parents, from students, that they're able to celebrate in the fall. Many of them would not have gone to graduation if they didn't have this opportunity. We have worked this year, the reading of names was well done, and just the entire ceremony, I have to say, was a special and memorable day. So thank you for that. So next slide, please. We are having spring commencement, and everything, as always now, is going to take over. It's going to be over 3 days. This is the third year that we're having commencement this way. So each college ceremony includes the full commencement. I am very grateful to all of you for participating, and we will, of course, work with Emily to make sure that we have speakers from different for the different colleges from the Board of Trustees to join us. This is a ceremony that's had a lot of success. This format. This is the third year, and it gives everybody really a special opportunity. And having it in the Ryan Center means for a number of reasons, including safety and weather and so forth. It really makes the day very meaningful for our students and for our families. I also want to make a special shout out to our faculty. They showed really strong in December, and they'll be showing in the spring, because their presence for the students as they graduate is also very important. Next one, please. So we continue to have strong engagement with our colleagues, and so Beck, our government relations team, is doing quite a bit of work with Narragansett and South Kingstown Town Councils. This is the group that came and joined us at the groundbreaking ceremony. There's obviously a lot that's going on that we're monitoring. Things continue to change. We continue to have changes in the federal government, but I have to say I'm very grateful to our local representatives and senators, Sue Sanowski, and the team here, Teresa Tanzi, Elena DeMario, and team. You know, they've been really good for us. I'm going to touch on it briefly on the next. Actually, I believe I had a slide, but let me also mention that on the 26th of March, we're having URI Day at the State House. I'm sure it's coming, but in my notes, I was going to make a comment here. More to follow on that in the talk. So next slide, please. So, and we can even jump to the next one. So Mark Antonucci has come on as Vice President for Advancement. He is the CEO of the foundation. He has really opened up on multiple fronts, new opportunities for the university. He reminds me he's only been here 11 months, but he's doing a great job. This is, you can see the progress. So we're, in terms of commitments to date, we're well on target. And one thing that Mark really highlights, if you look at the lower left, if we look at commitments by gift type, we now have actually cash, and this has changed. This can really be used right away to be able to help. We're grateful for pledges and deferred payments, of course. It's fundamental to the future of the University of Rhode Island, but we're really grateful. These numbers are actually a little bit out of date as of this week. I won't spill all the beans, but there's a lot more good news to be coming. So thank you for that. If we go to the next slide. The Provost Wolf and team and the college deans for the first time have really started to work on goals for each year. This has not been part, and you'll also notice in athletics, we've set goals. This is where we are. Some colleges are maybe overachieving. You know, there's going to have to be a little bit of sorting out that comes, but there's really an importance in measuring and looking and setting goals for the different colleges. So I'm really grateful to Barb Wolf and Mark Antonucci and all the college deans and the athletic director for working together on this. Next slide. One of the things that, and I think Mark will talk about it later, but we really do want to engage our alumni. And I will remind that we probably have a little over 70,000 URI alums living in the state of Rhode Island. We really want to engage them. We want them to come back for homecoming, for other events. And then when we go out, we really look forward to seeing their engagement. Barb and Mark were last week down in Florida for events, and they were really pleased, I know, with participation by the broader community. So this is important. We are a force in Rhode Island. I am grateful to their support of the University of Rhode Island, and especially around efforts around the general obligation bonds and getting the good word out about URI. So that goes to now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the budget. If we go to the next slide. And we can go back one step, please. Thanks. One of the really important asks that we have is a general obligation bond ask for an integrated health sciences building. Barb and the deans, in particular the health science deans, so Patrick Vivier, College of Health Sciences, Danny Willis in the College of Nursing, and Carrie LaPlante in the College of Pharmacy, are really looking at how do we educate the next generation of primary care health providers in the state? How do we work across disciplines, and how do we understand better what different fields bring to the table? So we have asked for $160 million to build an integrated health sciences building. This would be next to Whitehall, our current on-campus nursing building. And I will just say, because I'm going to go through in some detail on what the governor recommended on the budget. Obviously, all of this goes now to different commissions. This week, I went up with Abby actually to and Ryan Carrillo to testify on our budget request for the general obligation bond. And I think we made a compelling case that we really need the 166 million, not the 105 that was recommended by the governor. So I'm going to talk now a little bit more about operation budgets. If we can go to the next slide, thank you. So what we have first, I want to just remind what happened last year, and actually what happened the year before that too, is that we had come with very specific requests. These are the current service level agreements. And you'll see at the top, the largest one we asked for last year was for cost of living adjustments. So we're under contract, we're going to pay this out. And you'll see what actually got enacted by the state at the end was quite small relative to the ask. I'm going to remind that it wasn't only in FY26 that this happened, but it was also in FY25. We had one time where the state, and to my knowledge, the first time since 1980, that the state actually did step up and support our CSL request, and that was FY24. That really was transformative. That really helped us support us. There were some other challenges. 2 years ago, you'll remember, we had the FASA debacle. This past year, this current year, with recruiting and a lot of effort, we were able to rebound there. But there are serious challenges around. And when you have cost of living adjustments and you have now, and I'll show you what's recommended for this year, this is hard for us. If I go to the next slide, please. We also had some very specific asks around strategic initiatives, and they all center around our pillars of our strategic plan. And you'll see the top one, the state of Rhode Island wants to push on the life sciences. I remind, of course, we're our land grant, sea grant, so that's important. Our student achievement, we came with a strong ask for academic advisors. and I'm going to talk about it later, the success of our students after the first year, their 6-year graduation rate. Advisors are important. This came up again this week at the State House. We have a program in talent development since 1968. Since 1968, the state of Rhode Island has never supported talent development. We're asking, it's a $15 million a year investment by the University of Rhode Island. In this 2.3 million that you see there asked, that was 1 million for core support for talent development. It's also for our tribal scholarship support. I'll remind we have 54 students that are studying right now at URI through the tribal scholarship program, and it's great. And then finally, the National Guard. It's great that the National Guard advertises that you can come to URI and you can get full support. Who pays for it? It's not the National Guard, it's the University of Rhode Island. And I'm reminding this to the Board of Trustees the same way I'm going to remind it to the state. These are important things. And so when you're talking with your colleagues, please remember that this support for the University of Rhode Island, and you'll see the bottom line is at the bottom, total enacted last year, 0. Year before, 0. So this hits us hard. If we go to the next slide. This, the support in RICAP dollars, I'll have to say thank you to the state, asset protection. You'll see what was requested and what was enacted last year. ADA, very important. The support was partially there, and we're coming back, of course, this year. Building envelope. Professor Chris Bovey, who's online, and many others will tell you that this is a real challenge for the University of Rhode Island. We have a lot of old buildings. I remind that we have, some quarter of the buildings of the state of Rhode Island, and traditionally, in terms of RICAP dollars, we receive, single digits. So this is important. If I go to the next slide. This is FY27. So this is this year's budget. We know in March, I think it's March 12th, I'll be going up to testify at the State House around the state appropriation for our current service level. You'll see the repeated theme that we had in the previous years. Cost of living adjustment, contractual, is the most important in terms of the size of the ask. The student aid, also very, very, very important. There's other things that, of course, add up. And as many of you know, utilities and insurance rates are going up quite fast. So all in all, you'll see the ask of 23.6 million. The governor's recommended budget is 4.2. It's now in the hands, of course, of the state legislature, and obviously the Speaker of the House plays a critical role. And some 3 years ago, he really stepped up to support us, I will say, on the state appropriation. If we continue to the next slide. So this is, again, strategic initiatives. You'll notice that on SP2 or around academic advisors, the number dropped from the previous year. That's because we had to move, and Barb really pushed that, this is key for the success of our student body. So we're finding ways internally to be able to support there. But again, in terms of the requests, the recommended budget by the governor was 0. I will be speaking to all these points, including talent development, tribal scholarship, National Guard. Next slide, please. And then the final is the RICAP recommendation. The campus access control, as was mentioned earlier, around campus security, you'll be hearing more about that. We've asked for that the 2 previous years. This year, that was recommended. Building envelopes, the repairs, it's there's something significant there, but it is small compared to really the need. The ADA part is stepped up this year, and then finally asset protection, which is across the campus, is close, a little bit less than what we asked. Okay, so if we go to the next slide, I want to really warmly welcome all of you. The URI Day at the State House on March 26th is an incredibly important day. And for those of you who have been there, this is now our 4th year in celebrating at the State House. It is an extremely well organized day. It has students, it has faculty, it has staff from across the campus, and there's all kinds of things that are celebrated. It is really our day to be able to talk with one-on-one with the state legislature who comes through to see what's going on at the University of Rhode Island. The impact of this day cannot be underestimated. I'm, grateful each year to Margot and Armin for coming, for speaking at this day, for talking about the positive influence of the state and of course the positive influence of URI on the economy of the state and of the citizens of our state and of our industry, corporate relations, and so forth. So this is a great day. It's a lot of fun, and we hope that you will be able to have that day marked on your calendar and join us. Next slide, please. As Margot spoke at the beginning, this is the committee. This is the Senate commission that was looking at having a public medical school in Rhode Island based at the University of Rhode Island. And so Pam Loria, who's in the white in the center, just to my right, was we were co-chairs. You'll notice membership. So Provost Barb Wolf, and then the 3 health sciences deans, Carrie LaPlante, Patrick Vivier, and Denny Willis. Members of this include colleagues from across the state of Rhode Island, as well as from the State House. The support was unanimous. The participation, this has been a 20-month study, feasibility study, and now we're going on to the business plan. So it's really phase 2 now to really have a viable business plan. And so we're going to have more results to talk about in June. But this was unanimous. This was strong, and this was probably the most actively participated Senate commission, so I'm told, by the senators in a long time. Next slide, thanks. Margot mentioned also the Bay campus, and we showed you the photos of the Ocean Robotics Laboratory that is coming online. We have dreams. The Bay campus as really the centerpiece for the Northeast, for the blue economy, obviously the centerpiece for Rhode Island. We are grateful to the state and to the voters of the state who have really stepped up in terms of support and general obligation bonds for ocean engineering and for oceanography. The pier that you see in the top on the right is built, so access to the water for our large research vessel, very important. But we have plans. You'll notice that there's the plan for a small boats facility lower down. You'll notice on the southern part that there's an innovation hub that's planned right around the ocean engineering, where we're going to be building, not unlike our running track, we're going to have 100-meter wave tank, tow tank. So it's going to be the best in the Northeast. So for ocean engineering, marine engineering, naval architecture, it's going to be an important facility. There's a smaller building on the bottom in pink that's going to be an innovation hub to continue to support the incubation of companies coming out of our laboratories. And you'll even see we've gone as far as up on the north end to be able to plan some additional housing plans that could come up there. We have plans also on the north end of the campus to think about hotel, conference center, meeting space, places for graduate students, faculty, and staff to be able to live. And as we go forward, opportunities for more buildings. But we really want to see the Bay Campus grow, strengthen, partner with companies. It's an opportunity for companies to be able to come on who really want to work with us together in research, have internships for our students, to be able to co-advise a master's and PhD research. So this is exciting. This is a huge opportunity for the university. Just in terms, very quickly, color coding, the green areas are basically areas where there are wetlands and so forth, so not for development. Whereas the pink that you'll see is opportunities potentially for expansion of the main core. I'll also remind that out there we have the research reactor on the campus, so that also presents a very interesting opportunity for further consideration in the future. So thank you. Next slide.
Hey,
I'm
Mark.
going to talk about, as every time, I'm going to update today on our KPIs around priority 2 of the strategic plan. And this is around enhancing student achievement.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Mark, Tom had a question.
Yeah, Mark, what is in the budget request for the Bay campus? I didn't see, is there a request from the state for either CapEx or operating expenses for the Bay campus?
So we're on phase 3. The first phase, Tom, for the Bay campus was really with the Pier and Ocean Robotics.
Right.
The second phase, where the voters 4 years ago, stepped up with the Yes on One, supported $100 million for oceanography and for ocean engineering. The Senate president at the time, Dominic Ruggiero, really pushed, and with the speaker, there was an additional 25 million put into RICAP to support that project. So at the moment, there is no specific ask for either general obligation bond. Our general obligation bond this time is an ask for the integrated health sciences building on the Kingston campus.
Okay, so the state, we're not asking for any operating expense.
Not,
the state.
no. The state also, 3 years ago, when they did support the CSL current service level agreement, did support faculty members in the blue economy. And that allowed us to be able to make some critical hires in cells, in engineering, as well as in the Graduate School of Oceanography.
But just so we're clear, the general obligation bond that we're asking for, the state, it doesn't cost the state anything. We pay the interest.
No, the voter, the state of Rhode Island ultimately pays it, yes.
On the general obligation?
In general obligation, yes.
If I may just clarify that the operating costs that we submit and the current service level is across all of our campuses. So the Bay campus is included in what we're looking for operating costs. The only thing that's specified is that we are going to have the Ocean Robotics Lab coming online in FY27, and we have some operating costs associated with that new building in our current service level request, because while the state does generously provide the capital to build the buildings, they don't provide the operating support. So
okay, thanks.
Thanks, Abby. So in fact, maybe Tom, in that spirit, thinking about where our asks are this year with the CSL and where it's been actually for the last few years. So we're consistent in our asks. We do need tutoring needs to be supported for our students. We do need advisors. I've given you the numbers before. We're 800 students to 1 advisor. The recommended is more like 275 to 1. And our student success facilities do need upgrading and expansion. And I know that related facilities, including the health center as well as Memorial Union is a prime focus for Vice President for Student Affairs. So I'm going to go through, you're going to see there's good work happening with each of the KPIs that are in SP2. So if we jump to the next slide, thank you. Championship teams. One of the things that was interesting is, of course, we wanted to double the number of teams that won conference championships, the A10 or the CAA. And here's the team celebrating they were the only team that it wasn't a shared victory this year. They were outright winners of the CAA. But there's other things that are going on that might not be measured here. I just want to mention, for example, for the first time since 1980, our cross-country team finished third in the A10 championships. And the A10 has grown, but that was a big deal. And this past spring, you'll remember, of course, our baseball team won the A10. This fall, our women's soccer team really were co-champions in the A10. And we continue to have great success with track and field, with the rowing team, and many other teams. And I don't want to jinx it, but I'm really impressed with where our women's lacrosse team is going, our women's tennis team, just the direction is quite positive. And there's a lot of pride in the alumni, but also in the community coming together. Fantastic student, the GPA continues to be, whatever it is, 3.67 of many of the teams. If we jump to the next slide, this is, so there's a number, we had specific number targets for master's and PhD. It's growing slowly relative to where we want to get. I will say that on the master's end, Provost Wolf and the deans have been actually developing the programs that are attractive for this generation of students, people that want to come back to school. So I think that that's actually where we set the foundation to be able to grow that number. And I'm actually going to show you a picture of where we are with PhD enrollment on the next one, please. And you'll see, so the actual PhD enrollment, you have to, have the students come in, and then it's the 5 years, 4 or 5 years to graduation. And you'll see that there's been an uptick since 2021 in terms of our PhD enrollment. So it's actually the largest it's ever been at University of Rhode Island. Next slide, please. So this is overall graduation and retention rates. And so there's the first year retention. We have a goal. You see that we've set for 90%. You'll see that in 24-25 was at 84%. We're working hard on this. I'm grateful to this very small but mighty band of advisors and colleagues that really help support our students to achieve. So that's headed in the right direction. And then we can look at our 6-year graduation rate. We're headed in a very positive direction, I would say there too. But there's obviously work to be done. And this is why when we ask for the support around the current service level, there's real impact. I want to, last slide on these, please. Thank you. So this is the undergraduate graduation, looking at Pell students versus non-Pell. And so first of all, what you have seen is that our 6-year graduation rate overall is improving. What's actually happening is our graduation rate for non-Pell students has moved over from 2015 to 2019 cohorts from 73% to 75.3%. So it's actually jumped up there. But for our Pell students, it's also improving. It's gone from 61.9 to 63.1. So it's both for Pell and non-Pell students, it's improving, but it's not improving at the same rate or ideally, the non-Pell students would increase at a faster rate to catch up. And so there's work to be done here. I don't need to remind, the importance of advisors and so forth. And so we're headed not in the direction necessarily that we want to see this one. Next slide. And then this is my last one. I just want to, first of all, we really have a fantastic board of trustees at the University of Rhode Island, and I'm really grateful to our chair and vice chair for their support. But I really warm thanks to all of you for coming. I know many of you are serving on search committees. Grateful for that. I know that liaison with the committees. It's really we're in great shape. I'm going to give you a sneak preview. This is going to be the highlight. Of course, I'm going to talk about Wall Street Journal and Research One, but we're going to talk about the economic impact. And we just completed, there was just completed an impact report that looks at, we impact each year the state of Rhode Island by about $2 billion in terms of statewide economic impact. And what does that mean? So for every dollar that the state of Rhode Island invests in URI, we return $17.39 to the state. Now, is that a big number? Well, if you look nationwide, if you take public universities and their impacts on the states, they will typically report something about $10 to $12 for every dollar that's invested in them. There are a few that are outliers, but Rhode Island is in a special situation. Clearly, we have a smaller state. Clearly, we are the only game in town. We are Rhode Island's research university, but we're stepping up. An investment in URI is really the best investment that the state of Rhode Island can make for its future. And so we're really excited about this. We're excited about the research that's coming out of the university. But just the reach throughout the state, from education to pharmacy to nursing to all the health sciences, cells, engineering, you go down the line, pharmacy. I'm going to leave somebody out, but it's really impactful. And so URI is, in that sense, is really a gem for the state, and I can't think of a better investment for the state of Rhode Island. So I'll stop there. Thanks. And maybe we take down the screen, the slides, so that we can see each other. And I pass it back to Margot. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Comprehensive. Comments, questions?
Does anybody
Go
at
ahead.
the State House or the governor have that information, Mark, around the economic impact? And do they agree with it?
We just got it, Tom. It's hot off the press. It was used by Abby and me this week up at the State House when we testified. So it's beginning folks are beginning to see that result. It actually led to a very interesting and positive conversation with our colleagues, and among other things, they recognized the fact that the University of Rhode Island really has grown over time and has really strengthened. It was also one other fact that really was picked up by the State House was that of our University of Rhode Island graduates, if you were originally from Rhode Island, 70% stay in the state. But of our out-of-state students, 40% stay in the state. And so we really are also building the new Rhode Islanders at a time when the Northeast has seen 9 years of fewer and fewer high school graduates. The role that URI plays in the state of Rhode Island can't be emphasized. So.
Thanks.
Good. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Mark. It's really
Thank you.
informative. Okay, next section is discussion items, and the first topic is going to be a presentation by Terrence Gray, and this is going to be about the Rhode Island Department Department of Environmental Management, which is with regard to the lease of the Alton Jones campus, which we've had a lot of discussion about. You remember in June, we approved a partnership between URI and RIDEM for the management and the use of a portion of the Alton Jones campus. And then in November, we authorized the negotiation of final terms regarding the DEM's lease. And so we at that time talked about having the director, Terry Gray, come and talk to us about how they're looking at the planned use of the campus, and really for the board to more deeply understand how that's going to play out. So let me hand it over to Abby. And Abby, maybe you want to spend a minute, and then we'll have Terry present to us.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm also really pleased to have Terry here today. He's been a great partner since we went out for a request for information back in 2024 for potential collaborators at the Alton Jones campus after we shut down operations in 2020 during COVID. The DEM quickly rose to the top as a top option for the Alton Jones campus, as the board is aware, and Margot just outlined that we came to the board in June and November to talk about terms, and actually I'll be side by side with DEM next week at the State Properties Committee to hopefully approve the final lease. Terry has been the director of Rhode Island DEM since 2022, has spent his career at the agency, is really a known leader in environmental management and environmental education across the state, is also a URI grad, and has already been meeting with our deans and with our faculty to talk about potential collaboration items. And I'm excited for him to share more of your vision, and also how URI will retain access to the campus and how it will continue to play a great role for our students and for our faculty. Before I turn it over, I just also want to acknowledge Amanda Cantrell, who's the Deputy Director of Planning and Administrative Services at DEM. She's really been the partner with Dan Moose, my Chief of Staff, in really negotiating the final terms of this lease, and also our planning and real estate development team, Ryan Carrillo and Dulcie Ilgenfritz, who have been working on the nuts and bolts of details of our agreement with DEM. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Terry, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have. So, Terry?
All right. Thank you, Abby. Good morning, everybody. My name is Terry Gray. As Abby said, I'm the director of DEM. I do want to just start off with a thank you to both President Parlange and Abby and the entire URI team for making this happen. This is a unique partnership on a very unique piece of property, and it's been great to work together to really make this happen. So thank you for that. I will note that URI DEM has a huge percentage of URI graduates on our team and our staff, including everyone on our senior leadership team. So me as director, I have 3 deputy directors, and all of us have URI in our bloodstream. So it's a labor of love in a lot of ways. If you could go to the next slide, please. I'd like to talk a little bit about DEM. So our agency is made up of really 3 parts. One is a Bureau of Environmental Protection, which is analogous to EPA. So we do a lot of permitting, we do a lot of inspections and enforcement focused on clean air, clean water, and healthy communities. The other part of our agency is natural resources, and these include our marine programs, parks and recreation, forestry, and fish and wildlife. And the third leg on the stool is agriculture. And all of these programs, again, have deep roots with our university. We have a long history with partnering with URI on research projects and programs, mostly with CELS and GSO, but not limited to those 2 colleges. The Alton Jones campus is 2,800 acres of pristine property, and it's got an amazing history to it. This is going to fit in pretty well with our management portfolio overall. We manage over 65,000 acres of natural spaces across the state, and our mission is to protect, restore, and promote these natural resources. We have a vast portfolio of properties, everything from parks, ports, campgrounds, bike paths, and beaches, as well as a huge amount of forest space. So, and we have a lot of experience in capital development and planning. And one of the key things for our mission is public access and connection to nature is a key foundation. Next slide, please. So what our vision is for the URI Alton Jones campus is a natural resource center and environmental education hub. And what that means is to really center a lot of our programs, especially fish and wildlife, forestry, and agriculture on the campus. We want to provide a staff presence during business hours, but we also want to build the campus as a leading environmental education hub across the state. One of the other pieces is we want to increase opportunities for public access and recreation. Many of the surrounding properties around the campus are open for public access and rec, and this provides an excellent completion of the puzzle here in West Greenwich as well. We want to revitalize the Woodvale Farm and develop a forest management plan to really kind of look holistically at the health and maintenance of the forest areas on this property. Next slide, please. One of the things that we're planning to do as soon as we complete the State Properties Commission process and the transition is really start to invest over $2 million in initial capital improvements to the project, to the campus. A lot of this is just going to be preparing for our staff to move in. One of the first things we're going to do is prepare and furnish the staff offices at the main office building. That'll be accomplished pretty quickly. Then we want to remediate and prepare the EEC and then the Environmental Education Center, excuse me, and the nearby cabins that'll be converted to office space as well. A third phase is to rehab the farm buildings and to establish subleases across the campus. And then finally, the fourth phase is wayfinding and public access. There are a lot of trail networks that are around this property, and there's an opportunity for some pretty serious connectedness with Arcadia management area on one side and the Tillinghast Pond management area on the other side. Next slide. So when you drive into the campus, you see a pretty remarkable array of mature pine trees lining the road. And when you see them, you're like, all right, those aren't natural. They're perfectly straight, and they're all pretty much the same age. These were planted by Jones to welcome President Eisenhower to the property. And it really kind of opens up the experience when you're driving in. One of the first buildings that you run into is this main office building. We're going to have an occupancy of DEM senior staff from those programs that I mentioned in less than 2 months from the lease date. So what that means in real time is probably by the end of April, we will have people in that office on a daily basis. We're also going to be doing remediation, cleaning, and carpentry and telecom to prepare for state occupancy down at the EEC and cabins. Now, when we talk about remediation, it's not like a major environmental cleanup or anything. It's more the cosmetic cleanup to just prepare for occupancy. And that's already in the works. It's already contracted. We just have to wait until the timing's right to move it into that. Next slide, please. I mentioned the Woodvale Farm. This is a really important asset on the campus. We want to bring the farmhouse back online, eventually to bring a farmer in to have a presence there. One of the things that we're looking at locating at the campus is the state veterinarian operation. A lot of times we have to respond to incidents of either neglect or abuse or abandonment for animals across the state. We partner with the SPCA on this. And right now, we don't really have a place to bring larger animals that are in distress and need of care. So one of the things we're looking at is to use the Woodvale Farm for that purpose, but also to reactivate it as a farm. It's a farm property that's ready to go. We want to bring the farmhouse back online and then look at the potential of a sublease to bring a farmer in there and eventually to open up a farm camp again as well. Public access, once we get the staff presence set and wayfinding established, we want to open the campus to the public. This is very important to us. It's a beautiful property, and like I said, there's interconnectedness with other DEM owned facilities nearby. Next slide, please. One of the things that I'm really excited about in terms of our work at this campus is it's going to really kind of up our game with a lot of ongoing partnerships with the university. There's a lot of researchers that are going to continue to have access to the campus for ongoing research projects. Many of those are being done in partnership with DEM already. We're excited to work with the faculty to build new education opportunities for URI students. We've already had several discussions on this. I think the academic community and the faculty seem energized and really, really anxious to work with us on new opportunities on the property. And then the campus signage and capital improvements will be constructed with URI approval in accordance with university design standards. So that's super important. We want to keep the character of the property consistent with the way that the university's managed it in the past. Everything looks great. We just need to keep that that branding going, if you will. Next slide, please. We're looking at new partnerships as well. One of the and a couple of these are going to be through subleases. One of the ones that we're really working on right now is a sublease with the Wildlife Rehabilitation Association of Rhode Island, and they are currently they're currently located actually near the Kingston campus at the top of Tower Hill, but they need space in the kind of in a forested environment, both to care for animals, rehabilitate animals, but also to release animals back into the wild. Back in November, they did a release of an eagle that they had rehabilitated, and I think that was a pretty remarkable process to bring this injured animal back, rehabilitate it, and get it back into the wild, and it was released on the campus. We also, like I said, want to lease that farm area to a tenant farmer at some point in the future. We expect a robust partnership with the future occupant of the Whispering Pines area as well. All right, next slide, please. I think the environmental education hub may be the part of the whole deal that makes me the most excited. This is an opportunity to partner and engage with URI faculty and students. We've already started to work with the College of Education. President Polange mentioned Professor Sarah Sweetman. We've already talked to her. We're already starting to work on joint application, grant applications, and collaboration to work on environmental education. We want to serve as a convening place for the environmental education organizations across Rhode Island. You may not realize this, but there's a huge amount of providers that are out there, and they're not always coordinated and in communication with each other. And we think DEM and URI can really provide that kind of leadership to convene these organizations and really maximize the benefit to the state. I already mentioned the Woodvale Farm, but one of the opportunities we really want to look at too is opportunities for volunteer engagement, be that with new trail clearing, wayfinding, or just helping us with the maintenance and capital improvements at the site. I think will be opportunities there. Next slide, please. I think public access and increased recreational opportunities have been a priority for us. That's directly aligned with our mission. Some of the conditions that we've talked about are we will allow fishing, but non-motorized boats on Eisenhower Lake. That's consistent with a lot of our other management goals at different properties across the state. We're going to have marked trails that connect to Arcadia and Tillinghast, like I mentioned. And we're really looking at the opportunity to do guided nature hikes and environmental education program, as well as provide event space for public groups. A lot of people have asked about restoring camp programs. That's definitely on the horizon. Um, and then the next slide, please. Nope, that's it. So I am super excited about this opportunity. I think it does two things. It really opens the campus up for Rhode Islanders and visitors to really enjoy the outdoor space that's out there. It provides us with this opportunity to really up our game collectively on environmental education. And I really think it's been a priority since I've become director, but it really gives us an opportunity to improve and build on the partnership between DEM and the university. That's been a priority of mine, and I'm really proud that this is coming to fruition right now. Before I end, I wanted to mention a partnership that we have with the continuing education program. We just launched a new environmental management fellowship program this year, and the first class of 12 fellows is going to be coming out. 8 of those are going to be mentored at DEM and 4 at other places. In closing, I'm extremely excited to really kind of move forward in this. Abby knows that I've been chomping at the bit for months now. I really want to get going on this, and it's come together really nicely based on all the work that both teams have really put into this. I wanted to thank you for making this possible, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have about the campus and our plans for it.
Terrific. Thank you, Terry. That was comprehensive and exciting. We spent a lot of time as a board trying to figure out the best way to move forward with this really important piece of property. And it's interesting that this is where you're an expert, where you would notice that the pines were how they were planted, and that there must have been some story behind how the entrance pines link back to the Eisenhower visit. That's pretty cool. But I guess I would ask if there's any questions from board members on what this looks like, what the role of URI with DEM. Any comments or reactions?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Neil.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So Neil, then Charlie.
Okay, thanks. I think this is a terrific partnership. I'm really delighted to hear it. The board's had a number of public representatives come to it during our open sessions, about concerns about losing Alton Jones and related items. I'm just wondering, what's the communication plan, Terry and Abby, to let the broader community know what's going to happen there and ensure they have the opportunity to take full advantage of it?
Well, our communication plan is, I think we really wanted to kind of get through the state properties process first. As soon as that happens, there's sort of a 30-day transition period that's developed, and we're going to communicate with joint releases each step of that way. I've been in communication directly with the officials at the town of West Greenwich. As a matter of fact, the URI police and the DEM environmental police met with local police to talk about transitioning and just security at the campus moving forward. The town is delighted that this partnership is going forward. So we're in a positive place there. I think the big communications challenge that we just need to work through is to really ask people to be patient, because it's going to take us a little while to get established out there. And like we said, we're not really encouraging broad public access until we have a presence there and we can make sure that it's managed. So we'll be communicating regularly on that each step of the way. But so far so good. We've got overwhelmingly positive support for how we're pulling this together, and I think that's a plus for both teams.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Thank you, Margot. Terry, this is an exciting plan. So congratulations to you and your team, and also to Abby for her folks for bringing it forward. I think the campus has really been a gem for Rhode Island, and this will allow the university to continue to take advantage of the assets of that for our students and our faculty, but also open it up to broader Rhode Islanders as well. And I think that's going to be exciting. I just have one question. Is there a length of this agreement? Is there a length of time for it, number one? And secondly, are there provisions to review it to make sure that the plan that's being put forward is going forward as we will agree to it?
All right. Thanks, Charlie. It's good seeing you. Couple of things. It's been a while, but a couple of things. The agreement or the lease, it's formatted as a lease, is for 10 years with an opportunity for a second 10-year renewal. There's a governance structure that's built into the lease that includes teams from both DEM and URI. If those teams don't really come to an agreement, or they come to something that needs sort of higher level attention, that gets elevated to Abby and I, and then we will be able to resolve that. But we don't anticipate those type of things. There's pretty clear review processes on anything that we do out there. It's going to go through URI and make sure that everybody's on the same page.
Thank you.
Margot, Terry, that's great presentation, and it sounds like it's the best outcome we could hope for. Better than we could hope for, actually. I just have two questions. What's the net effect on revenue expense for the university, Abby? And then what's the net effect on the state from an expense and revenue standpoint?
I'm happy to answer the URI portion. DEM will have responsibility for utilities, capital improvements, maintaining the facilities. There will be some shared services, and we have a very detailed responsibility matrix around snow plowing and who's maintaining electrical wires over which roads that are shared or used just by the DEM. So that's all outlined. In many cases, DEM will do some of the work and reimburse us. In other cases, we'll do the work and DEM will reimburse us. So that's all outlined. I would say there's no rent from DEM as a state agency. The big benefit for us is the forest management plan, and there's a requirement that they develop that plan and implement the plan because that's a huge expense that URI has not had the resources to take on, and it's very much in need. So I would say overall, we will spend less money on operating the campus, and we will have more investment on the part of DEM in the capital buildings and infrastructure that we haven't been able to make, and also this forest management plan. So it's a net positive for us overall.
You don't have a number though, right? You don't have a net number.
I can follow up and get you some more details. Right now, we spend about $100,000 just to keep it in caretaker status. So that will go down slightly, but that doesn't take into account, obviously, all the necessary capital improvements and infrastructure. But I'm happy to put together a summary for you if that's helpful.
Okay.
And the $2 million that Terry mentioned that they're investing, that would have been way out of scope for URI.
Right.
Correct.
There's a lot of deferred maintenance, and that the state's picking up. I get that. I was just wondering what it was, how it would affect our budget.
Yeah, it'll be slightly less the operating budget than we spend now, which I said is around $100,000.
Got it.
So Tom, that deferred maintenance work is some of the quote unquote remediation work that we talked about, and we're taking that on. We've reprioritized some of our capital budget to cover that $2 million in infrastructure improvement that are coming. The operating piece is okay for us to absorb because we already have operations all around that. And one of the big benefits to the state is that absent this agreement, within the next 5 years, we would have had to invest in new office space for both our forestry and fish and wildlife programs. That would have been a huge capital expense for the state. So this allows us to at least defer that out over time and really establish that presence at the campus without having to build a separate campus, either down at Great Swamp or in Arcadia. So that helps us a lot. There's big benefits to DEM here. In terms of operating expenses, I think that just becomes part of our forestry and fish and wildlife and agriculture budgets.
Okay, thanks.
That's a great outline of why it's just a clear win-win for the state and for URI. Okay, any other comments or questions? If not, thank you so much, Terry, and appreciate your partnership and look forward to at some point having the board out to see what the campus looks like.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for everything. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, thank you. Okay, next topic is a discussion of the tuition and mandatory fees. We talk about this quite a bit. This is a time of year to focus on what our how we're thinking about tuition and fees. So let me hand it over to Abby. We're going to talk a bit about our proposal here, and then we're going to talk in executive session again with Dean Labuti, and then we're going to come back to a vote in the open session. So I'll hand it over to Abby.
Great, thank you. So as Margot indicated, this is our annual meeting where we come to you and talk about our proposed tuition and fee recommendations. We submit our budget to the state in September as a reminder with some assumptions about tuition and fees, but then we come back in February to the board for approval when we have a little bit more information about our enrollment for the current year and also the landscape of what our peers are doing. So hence the February request. So we went through this extensively in finance and facilities, so I will go through it quickly today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I know we'll have opportunity for further discussion. So next slide, please. So first, this is just a reminder about URI's total cost of attendance. So we're talking here and asking the board for specific approval of tuition and mandatory fees, but we do like to give you a sense of our total cost of attendance. So if you go to the next slide, how we define that is tuition, mandatory fees, plus standard housing and dining charges. So those are those most likely to be selected for the student. You can see here what we include in that. And this is a total cost of attendance is a term that is used across universities for students to really understand what they're going to be paying holistically beyond just the tuition and fees. So next slide goes into details about, we'll talk first about housing and dining rates. So these are not, we're not here asking for approval of housing and dining rates, but we're here to inform you of what our intention is for those. And part of the reason is because these are auxiliary functions and these are designed to be self-supporting. So we set rates based on expectations around housing needs and dining costs. And that is done with my partner, Vice President for Student Affairs, Ellen Reynolds, and her team. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see that there is a proposal to increase the housing and dining rates by 2.6% this year, which reflects, as I mentioned, the cost of doing business. And you can see it outlined here. The housing increase is nominal at 1.5%, similar to previous years. Dining is really where we're seeing a lot of increases, specifically around food prices. So that is proposed to go up 4.5% for a total cost to the student of 2.6%. Next slide, please. So here we talk about mandatory fees that are required to be paid by all of our undergraduate students, and these are for approval by the Board of Trustees. We are recommending changes to 4 fees this year. The first is an increase to the Fashtelli Fitness and Wellness Center fee, and that is really to offset the intense usage of that facility and necessary equipment upgrades, because we really work through our equipment very rapidly at that facility. It's so highly used. So that would be an increase of $8 to the fee, 6.9%. The second is the Memorial Union fee. The Memorial Union is slated for an entire renovation and expansion, but until that happens, we have to do some much needed capital repairs. So You may recall we asked for a small increase last year, and we're asking for that again this year, $8, 1.7%, to help offset some of those capital repairs that are necessary for the MU. The third is the building fee, which supports the Ryan Center. This is the first of two proposed fee increases, $30, 7.7%. As the board has been briefed previously, the Ryan Center is an amazing facility, but it's at the end of many of its major systems, and it needs a lot of capital repair. So we're seeking an increase to help offset some of those expenses. And then finally, the technology fee, we're seeking an increase in $22, 6.1%. This supports three major functions at the university. The first is journal subscriptions through the library. The second is overall ITS, student-facing functions. And then the third is classroom technology. This has not been increased in quite a while. And as you can imagine, and as you may remember from our strategic initiative request, modernization of our IT systems is a constant challenge and requires significant financial investment. So we're requesting an increase in the technology fee. So overall, the total increase to the fees for the students would be 2.9%. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about enrollment. So this is a busy slide, but I'll just share that what this shows is our evolution of enrollment from FY26 to where we are today, FY27, in-state, out-of-state, and regional. I think what's important to note here is that FY26, from our budget allocation to our actual enrollment, we increased our enrollment, so we had a really good year. And part of that, and I really want to thank Dean Labuti and his team for their efforts there, but part of that was to offset some of the losses from the prior year that were around the FAFSA debacle. So as I think the president mentioned earlier, and other factors. So our target this year is not higher than the target last year, but that's because last year was purposely a catch-up year. So our target is still a good, healthy target and what we can handle from a classroom and student support perspective. And you'll see the overall total for FY27 is 3,300 students that we're looking for next year. Next slide, please. So transfer, it's very similar, although a little more flat. So we've had great success with transfers. We've put a new team in place focused really on transfer success when they come to URI. You'll see that essentially our budget is flat from last year in terms of what we're planning on for enrollment for transfers. We were up last year, similar to how we were in first-year students. Next slide. Okay, so this is just a reminder of what we showed you in September. So the prior two slides really focused on first year and transfers because that's what we focus on, bringing in our new class. What you see here on the left is our overall enrollment that we're planning for when we build our budget for 27, undergraduate on the left and then graduate on the right. And then the table on the bottom is the tuition rate. So it just shows that last year we proposed and the board approved a 3.5% increase across the board in state and out of state. This year, when we submitted the budget in September, we included a placeholder of 3% across the board, although we are coming back today and requesting again a 3.5% across the board increase, which I'll talk to a little bit later. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so we'll hear more from Dean on this, but just to remind the board that we have a lot of opportunities with enrollment, but we also have some challenges. So the first opportunity is that we continue to see record applications for fall 2025. And I think our numbers year over year are also looking really strong for next year. As the president mentioned in his presentation, it's our second year as the #1 public university in New England, and the designation as an R1 research university continues to be something that helps attract students. We have increased our reach geographically in students that we're enrolling, and we've seen some shifting trends in the schools that we compete against or where people that come to URI end up attending if they don't come to URI. So these are all opportunities. And then the next slide talks a little bit about the challenges, which may seem familiar to the board because we've talked about them in recent years. So if we can go to the next slide. We continue to see high loan rates and variable parent loan rates in the 12% range. And some of you have probably been tracking on the federal side, there have been significant changes to loan programs that will make it, in some cases, more challenging for students and families to afford to come to URI. We continue to see free programs and tuition freezes at other universities. We have increased inflation across the board. We're all experiencing it. So our students are experiencing it, but also we're experiencing it as a university, and families have to absorb those costs. We continue to have, over 3,600 Pell students enrolled, but we have $100 million, over $100 million of unmet needs. So we're not able to meet the need of all of our students, although we work as hard as we can to make critical investments and financial aid to make URI affordable. The average family savings plan is under $30,000, which I think is a sobering number, and impacts obviously students' ability to invest in higher education. And then, as I'll speak to in a couple of slides, we do continue to see this elasticity in price and enrollment, that we anticipate losing enrollment for every 1% increase in rate. We have calculations that are based on the expertise in the admissions shop. If you want to be able to raise prices to make sure we can deliver on our mission, but you also want to make sure that URI is affordable. So there is an elasticity calculation there. So the next slide outlines what our recommendations are. As I mentioned earlier, we are again recommending a 3.5% tuition increase for in-state and out-of-state students. Based on the model assumptions, we feel that this level optimizes the university's resources to make sure that we can continue to support our operations while also keeping our education accessible and limiting potential enrollment decline based on that elasticity I mentioned earlier. Obviously, everything we do is considered in context of URI's ability to reach our strategic plan KPIs. The president ran through some of those in his presentation earlier, just to give you some additional context. I'll show you the model and some of the scenarios we looked at in the next few slides, but essentially our calculation is still that once we reach a 4% increase year over year in tuition, enrollment could decrease anywhere from 1% to 2%. So that may change in future years based on what we're seeing in the landscape, but those are our assumptions at this point. Just a few items to consider. Enrollment decline assumptions are applied to student types, but based on different factors. So tuition fee percentage increases are the same across student types that we're recommending, but there are obviously different dollar amounts, and I'll show those numbers in the slides coming up. And as I mentioned, well, I didn't mention previously, but I'll just say here, every 0.5% of enrollment lost equates to revenue loss in tuition. So I'll show you some of the numbers in the next slide. Next slide, please. I think first I'm going to show you a peer comparison. So I'll have a series of slides on our in-state students and a series of slides on our out-of-state students. So the overall purpose of this slide is just to show you where we are for total cost of attendance. So that's what I mentioned at the top of my presentation, housing, dining, mandatory fees, and tuition with our peers. And here we're showing you our New England public flagship peers. URI is, of course, in Keeney blue. So you'll see that we're second from the bottom. We've seen a steady increase in our total cost of attendance, but we're still below many of our peers in New England. This does not reflect financial aid or any other aid that we may give students. This is really kind of the sticker price for the university. Next slide. Okay, there's a lot here, but basically if you work from left to right, you'll see that these are some of the scenarios we considered around a 2.5, 3%, 3.5, 4%, 5% increase in tuition. And based on the assumptions that we made about potential enrollment decline, we again see that the 3.5% is the most optimal recommendation to optimize our resources while limiting enrollment decline. I'll point out that the upper right hand corner, the total cost of attendance for this current year is $32,546 for in-state. So the increase in total cost of attendance that we're proposing is $994. So it's less than $1,000, which I think is kind of a critical price point for families. Next slide, please. So this is a very similar slide for out-of-state costs of attendance. Again, we're here with our New England peers. Again, we're in Keeney blue, even though we've seen increases over the years to try to make up for some of our operational needs. We remain well below our peers in out-of-state cost of attendance. Next slide. Again, this is a very similar slide. It shows you the various scenarios we looked at here in the upper right-hand corner. You see our total cost of attendance for out-of-state students, which is $53,468. What we're proposing is an increase of $1,738. So it's more than our in-state students, but again, it's over the larger out-of-state cost of attendance. Next slide, please. I just want to mention graduate enrollment status. So this is an area that's a high priority. I think the president spoke to it earlier. The provost has been working really diligently with all the deans to develop new graduate programs. We just named a new vice provost for the graduate school, which is a really critical position. There's a lot of emphasis on launching 4+1 initiatives, professional masters, online programs, and certificate programs. And in alignment with our strategic plan, which says we should double our number of graduate students over 10 years, this has been a priority. Some challenges are the concern over the global landscape. We have international students that come for our graduate program, keeping great track of impacts of visas and other federal actions and how that impacts international students. And then we have graduate housing in transition. We're so excited to be building new graduate housing, but for about 2 years, we're going to have some challenges housing our existing students. So I think, again, the president mentioned this, that it's a high priority of Vice President for Student Affairs, Ellen Reynolds, to make sure our graduate students are supported in this transition, because they need year-round housing as opposed to students that come and live in our residence halls for the academic year. Okay, the next slide, I believe, brings it all together and shows you the financial impact of our proposal. So you see here lumped together undergraduate, in-state and out-of-state additional revenue, and then our professional masters and URI online programs. We expect that the total additional revenue net of financial aid. So as a reminder, when we increase tuition and fees, we also proportionally increase financial aid, would be $8.4 million to the university in FY27. Next slide, please. Okay, so we wanted to bring to the board an update on some changes we've made internally around differential charges and online tiers. So this is not necessarily for board approval, but just to share with you, this has been a high priority for the provost, and her team and my team have been partnering on really analyzing what programs at the university would be ripe for differential charges. A differential charge is for specific programs that allows the university to cover operational costs of these higher cost programs, to provide funding to make sure that the programs are sustained. Many of our peers do this, and it's also aligned with the market. So some programs have much higher value on the market when students graduate. In some cases, the differential charges we're proposing, which I'll show on the next slide, replace existing program fees. So right now, some students pay a program fee, for example, in nursing or pharmacy, they'll pay above and beyond tuition for that program. So in some cases, we're replacing an existing program fee and calling it a differential charge. And in some cases, we're actually introducing new differential charges that we believe our students in the market can bear. This is a first phase of proposing these differential charges based on an analysis done with Hanover, looking at what programs would be best for this first phase of differential charges. And you see here, nursing, engineering, pharmacy, and business are the programs we've selected and are sharing with you today. The new differential charges will be assessed only to incoming cohorts when they're new. If the students are currently paying a program fee, the differential charge will be charged to existing students and also new students. And per the tuition policy approved by the board in November, the decision for differential charges is made at the presidential level, just as a reminder for the board. So the next slide just gives a summary of what we're proposing for differential charges this year. And as I mentioned, we're looking at 4 colleges, so pharmacy, nursing, engineering, and business. And I think just a quick way to navigate this slide is that FY26, if you see a number in the FY26 column, it means there's an existing program fee that's being replaced by a differential charge that you see in the FY27 proposed column. If there's nothing in the FY26 column, that means that it's a new differential charge. And you see that mostly in nursing for certain programs, engineering graduate, and business. So business has not historically had a differential charge, but we're proposing new charges for business programs. And we expect the bottom right-hand corner that will bring in an additional $1.87 million in revenue based on the differential charges, which is included in that 8.4 number I showed you on the prior slide.
Ellen, is that in addition to the 2,400 a year fees and or you know the fees that you went through?
Correct. So the fees I went to, the fees before are mandatory fees
Right.
paid by all of our undergraduates. These are paid by only students that are in these programs, and yes, they are in addition to.
So that pharmacy program, they'd be 3,000 plus the other 2,400.
Correct.
Got it.
But if you notice, PharmD already pays a program fee of $6,698, so they're proposing a slight increase to $7,000. So it's not a substantial change for what they're paying now. We're calling it a different. We're trying to be more streamlined and straightforward for students about these charges. Okay.
Abby, does this get us? Abby,
Go
does
ahead,
this get us to where we want to be, or is this like a step change?
If you're talking about revenue, or are you talking about graduate programs, I think it helps us.
The differential charge.
I think it helps with revenue, but I think it also really just brings us in line with our peers. So I would say this is phase one of this program. The provost office is going to continue to evaluate, and we will look at these charges as they go along and see if there's room for adjustment based on the cost of delivering the program. So I wouldn't say it's the end state. I would say it is a step in a direction that we've needed to go for a long time.
Good. Somebody else have a question?
Yeah, Abby, are the other states doing this as well?
Yeah, so
Universities?
so we actually work closely with the deans of pharmacy, nursing, engineering, and business. And I wouldn't say we looked at the state level, but we looked at, all those deans looked at their peers. So the schools that we're kind of competing with in those programs, and it is a very common approach for higher cost, higher market value degree programs.
Thank you.
So the next initiative that we are excited about, if we go to the next slide, has to do with a new online tier tuition structure. So we have a new director of online, Heather Sharp-Smith, working under Dean Labuti, who's really come in and done an intense analysis about our online programs, which are essentially now priced very similarly based on our in-state tuition rate, essentially. It's a little more complicated than that, but we know, and the new director of URI Online has said, affordability is the number one factor influencing online graduate student choice. And if we have just one rate across all of our online programs, it doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of how to be competitive in the landscape. So the proposal is to create 3 tiers of programs, and they have different prices per credit hour, which is how online programs are priced, to essentially allow us to be more competitive, but also allow us to grow programs in the future. Programs can move from tier to tier as needed, as the landscape changes. And we want to make sure that we're competitive in this space, that we can grow programs in the long term and have flexibility. So the new tiers are outlined on the next slide, but just a summary here. You can see the FY26 revenue projection was 8.2 million. FY27, we're looking at 10.3 million, so a difference of 2.1 million. I will note that our online revenue is much smaller compared to our traditional undergraduate graduate revenue, but it is growing. We're seeing intense growth in that area, and we think that this tier structure will only help that. So the next slide just outlines to you what the 3 tiers look like. If we go to the next slide. So tier 1 would be more market competitive programs that are very price sensitive. for our students, where affordability really drives enrollment. Core two, the tier two are core academic programs, for example, Master of Engineering Management and Leadership. These are signature URI programs that are strong and deliver value relative to our peers, but require some competitive pricing still. And then finally, tier three is our specialized premium programs. A great example here is Master of Oceanography, where we feel that URI is a differentiator and has a unique program. And so the price point is higher than the other tiers. We do have two strategic exceptions that are two of our strongest online programs in nursing, and also actually three of our online programs: the Master of Library and Information Science, the Master of Public Administration, and the Doctor of Nurse Practitioner. These we're recommending they stay where they are because they're very successful. We anticipate growth. So we have a few exceptions to the tiers, but other than that, all of our programs will move into one of these tiers beginning next year.
Hey, Abby or Mark, what do we think that 10 million can get to? What's our goal? What are we trying to get to there? I'm assuming it's a profitable program. So, I mean, can that thing be 50 million?
Yeah, Mark, I don't know if you want to jump in. I think Dean's online as well. He may want to weigh in on this since he's working on it.
Ultimately, Tom, I mean, in light of what we were talking about in terms of the support that we've seen from the state of Rhode Island and as proposed, and obviously, all the constraints on, undergraduate student growth, our real main opportunities are really professional masters and online programs. There's a need there. So we have to be able to make substantial jumps. So yeah.
Yeah, I guess my question.
We've been growing at 10%. It sounds good. It's still, it's not enough. It's got to grow by 100% a year. That's kind of,
we have something.
that's why Barb and the deans have been proposing new programs, and that's what I was talking about. So hopefully we're going to start to see significant jumps there.
Is there anything we need to do to accelerate that? I mean, from an investment standpoint, because the return's pretty big. And
we're investing certainly in advertising. Matt McDonald, I don't know if Matt is online, but could speak to that. There's been investment there, but I think really the important thing has been the effort to align, societal needs in higher education in this area with our online programs, and URI is well positioned to move there.
Yeah, I'll also say, obviously, investments in sort of academic teaching and learning, information technology systems that I talked about earlier. There's a big effort to help support our faculty as they consider moving programs online, because in some cases they have a much broader reach that way.
Yeah.
I think maybe I could also mention, and Abby could also speak to it. We some years ago we really made a push to help strategic initiatives to be able to support the development of programs in the College of Business. So what you're seeing and what you're seeing presented today has been built up over a number of periods of times. And I'll also remind that we've worked hard. I don't know if you'll be talking about this later, Abby, but with the budget model for the university, shifting it so that the colleges, the deans, can work collaboratively together to really elevate and generate support. So that's another piece. So there's really like it's not just one thing. There's many things that have to happen here.
And I'll say just so, President Parlange, I'm here, and so just to reiterate that, I think we continue to make considerable investments in advertising and marketing. We onboarded a new national agency who we've been really happy with over the last several months. I think gives us deeper analytics, gives us better abilities to make real-time optimization in our campaigns. And so, I think we're excited about that work. And I think Heather, Abby alluded to Heather. Heather's been a great partner. I think we're leaning in more on market research with our programs to better inform some of our recruitment marketing in that space. And so I think we're seeing good early returns and happy to share more about that in a future conversation. But yes, I think to the president's point, to Abby's point, this is a priority for all of us. This is a priority for us on the communications and marketing side as well. This is something that we're all focused on.
Great. How many students do we have that are online? No?
Dean, do you want to jump in there?
Yeah, Tom, we have about 700 students currently enrolled online in our programs.
700.
So there's a lot of opportunity for growth.
And what's the out-of-state ratio there? It's got to be, do we know?
Tom, the in-state, out-of-state is different in online setting. It's actually a one price point on that, but the majority of our students come from about 100 to 150 mile radius, if that's helpful. And that's actually very common for online programs.
Dean, it's Neil. What about the degree completion segment of the market? Is New England, as is the case in many other regions, kind of heavy with folks that have begun degree programs and haven't been able to complete them for a variety of reasons? I mean, is that a significant section of who we would market to?
So finish what you started, as you know, is something that we've talked about, that we initially started in person, and we've had, what is it, close to over 800 graduates. Heather and the team have really worked nicely with an online degree completion program at the bachelor's level. It is a great opportunity. It is highly price sensitive.
All right.
And very important to have credit for prior learning. And I'm pleased to say that we have a great person who helps run our prior learning, working with Heather and that. So that's a space, but that's not the primary growth area for URI Online. It is an area for that, certainly. But again, that's very price sensitive. I'll talk a little bit more later on when you hear from me, but we're really focusing a lot on workforce development needs and continuous online learning with skill sets that are needed to help folks continue to advance. And that's really what we're putting a lot of focus and incentive area are with the research we're doing with Hanover and a couple of other groups.
Okay, thanks.
And that's my last slide. So happy to answer any additional questions.
I think it's good. It's obviously incredibly important for us to be thinking about how we expand our reach and our revenue model. And so I think this is another win-win where we're going to reach a whole new population of students. And it's a given technology, it's a really good step for us. Okay, we have one more topic in our discussion item. And then what I'm going to do is go to executive session after that, and then we can take a break. And then we'll jump into our topics in executive session. So let's go to fundraising with Mark Antonucci. We all know Mark's the CEO of the URI Foundation. We're going to hear later on about the endowment, but I think it's really important for us to stay really close to the work that Mark is doing. He's doing really, really good work in both reinvigorating and redesigning and thinking about all new places where we ought to be reaching out to, particularly on the corporate and foundation front or endowment front. And so I think it's good that we regularly hear from Mark and the progress that we're making there. So go ahead, Mark.
Well, thank you, Margot, and good morning, everybody. Somebody could pull up the slides, I would appreciate it. I'm going to focus a lot on the alumni engagement activity that we're doing. If you go to the next slide. As the president reported, we are up in engagement. We actually just had an uptick overnight. So we are over 10,000 engaged as of this morning. We're likely going to have our most alumni re-engage with URI in the history of the institution by the end of this fiscal year. We're pacing well above, and we're still building the plane as we fly it. So we're making the adjustments as we go, but we'll have a more robust approach going into fiscal 27. But our events are, you're seeing over 100 plus alums come to each of our events. We've kind of pulled back and done more of a curated strategic approach. We launched Rams Connect in the fall. We distribute this every 2 weeks to over 200,000 people, which includes all the alumni plus community members. We're seeing a 40% open rate on that email. As I said, when I met with everybody in this early fall, if we're not communicating to alums, we can't ask them for gifts or ask them to get engaged. So we have to communicate. We have to tell them the story of what's happening at Kingston and the Bay campus. Many of you have probably heard about the Oral History Project. We are partnering with PCI at no cost to us to collect data. So obviously there's no obligation for alumni to buy the book, but they're reaching out on our behalf to get updated data. And so in the first week alone of doing this PCI project, we've already collected 1,400 stories from alumni. We've gotten 101 new donors because there is a little ask built into the call if you do speak with them. We have 601 new cell phone numbers. And remember, this is just week one. New email addresses, new job titles. It's important we have the right data so that we can engage our alumni where they are. Next slide, please. I have not had the opportunity to address this group since homecoming, but for those of us who were there, I know it was a long time ago. We had our best homecoming in the history of URI this past fall. We had over 1,200 folks registered to attend. Rhodeyville saw 900 plus attendees. The year before that was 217, so we quadrupled our attendance because we made it much more family focused. I want to give a shout out to Washington Trust for being our sponsor for that event. They offset a lot of the operating costs behind the scenes with their great sponsorship. We made revenue. Actually, we broke even on this event with the sponsorship and the sales we made. And we also got $1,400 in new gifts as well. Because we are playing in Pawtucket this upcoming football season, we're going to pivot homecoming to being around the PC URI men's game in Kingston. We anticipate that will be around December 5th on Saturday. And so we just can't physically operate Rhodeyville up in Pawtucket, just given the space limitations we have. So we will build it around the big basketball game, and then we'll come back bigger and better for fiscal 27, and we can show off the track and all the other new facilities that'll be online. Next slide, please. For Rhode Island alumni engagement, as the president mentioned, we have over 70,000 Rhode Island-based alums. We know we're a force, and we can be a force for a variety of reasons. We're starting to build a 39 cities and towns strategy so that we're getting to everybody. We know folks in Cranston are not going to travel to Narragansett, and we know folks in Woonsocket are not going to travel to Kingston. So we got to go to them. We had a great event at the Providence Art Club in December. We had a great turnout for the Providence Bruins night. We have a Quonset alumni gathering on March 19th. We're working with the Quonset Development Corp and a bunch of the companies there. We have close to 1,000 alumni working at Quonset right now. And the president and I spoke with the folks over in Bristol last night at an event, and we're probably going to rinse and repeat this for the Bristol Innovation Zone as well in the spring. We're working with Rhode Island Football Club out of Centerville Bank Stadium in Pawtucket. We know that's a new market for us. We're going to have an event around one of their soccer games. We're working with the Roger Williams Park Zoo to do an event this summer with them. And we know this is how we'll get the young alumni re-engaged with URI. We have to go where they are. And then for those of you who will be back in the summer, you're going to see a massive uptick in our presence in Newport. We're working with the Redwood Library right now. We're going to be doing a partnership with Fort Adams. We're working with the New York Yacht Club. So we will have a major presence in Newport because we know that is where a lot of the major philanthropists are. And if they hear about what we're doing in Rhode Island from an ocean and conservation space. We're hoping that they'll, come across the bay and see what we're doing. We're also working with the Northern Rhode Island Chamber of Commerce on a partnership for this upcoming year, given our presence up in Pawtucket for football, and given that there's a lot of major companies in Northern Rhode Island that we need to, recruit our students and need to hire our students as interns. So we're working with them on establishing that. Next slide. We can't repeat this enough, but the URI State of the Day at the State House is, Rhode Island is the state is our greatest donor. And so on March 26th, if you're unable to make the event from 2 to 4, we'll be having a happy hour from 4 to 6 at the Renaissance right next to the Capitol. If you can join us, that would be great. I spoke to my board yesterday and encourage the board of directors to please come out and show up. It's really important that our community leaders across Rhode Island show the elected officials that, we do have a presence here in the state, a massive presence. Next slide. The president, I've been keeping the president and the provost busy. Just a quick update. The provost and I were in Florida last week for a variety of visits. She did a phenomenal job. She held a fireside chat with retired General Horoho of the U.S. Army on healthcare. General Horoho used to run the U.S. Army healthcare system under the first Trump administration. We had a very packed room. A lot of alums in Naples have not seen this type of an event. And folks were really impressed with the gravitas and the level of research and work we're doing at the University of Rhode Island. President Parlange visited Japan in December to thank the Nippon Foundation for a 8-figure gift for ocean equity and ocean health. We are the leading research university in this space, and we're hoping that the honorable chairman and the Nippon Foundation will visit us in the fall of 26. We're at the potential that there's more opportunity here. Ocean equity is a big topic right now with the Greenland conversation, and our professors who are in that space are, on the national, talking at the national level. President and I had the opportunity to, we manufactured a visit to Amazon headquarters in Seattle in January. We have been very much in conversation with Amazon about potential opportunities to partner on a variety of things. And so that has been going really well. We also met with Microsoft, and we're in the process of getting the president out to California to meet with Google and the folks at Meta. For those of you down in Florida, we will be having an event thanks to Bruce Sherman, class of 69, who's the owner and managing partner of the Miami Marlins, on Saturday, February 28th at their spring training facility in Jupiter. If you're able to attend, we'd love to have you there. We have a lot of Rhody Rams on the East Coast of Florida, and this is their touch point for spring training. And then the next day on March 1st, we'll go back to Fort Myers, to Western Florida, for the Red Sox engagement, which we've already had over 100 plus registrants for that game. And we know that's an annual event that's very well attended. And then final slide, please. So fundraising is a multiplier effect. I had the opportunity to run a presentation with the President's Stewardship Council in September. Another thing that we've been doing since I've arrived is we've been running dean development workshops behind the scenes with some outside consultants, and much grace thanks to the provost in support of this. As we set those goals for those colleges, it's on us to also make sure that the deans are versed in how to fundraise, how to make asks, how to leverage their networks, how to speak about what they're doing in their colleges. So we've had a series of development exercises. We have another one spring, and pretty much every 6 months they're going to go through a fundraising 101, 102, 103, and we're building on that. So our deans are really our front lines to our major gifts, and we need them to be ready to go because they're our greatest spokesfolks for the university. And that's all I have.
Very good. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's really great. All new worlds for us, and places where we're doing really well in these conversations. So really appreciate the work between both marks on this. Questions, comments?
Hey, Mark, this is Jay. Just wanted to
Chris
mention
has it.
Sandra Cotto from your staff. I see her almost every night out somewhere. So you've got a good one there.
Great.
Chris
Okay.
Bovee, I have a quick question.
Yeah,
I
go
saw
ahead.
I get the alumni newsletter, so I saw the thing about the oral history project. And of course, since I'm working on kind of the campus history and archaeology, I just wondered what's going to happen with all of those stories.
So
Is there
we will get we get all the digital files, and we will review everything before they produce the book if you purchase the book. But it all becomes part of our digital archive, and we'll have a repository, and we're happy to share it with you. I haven't seen the readouts yet, but from my team, it's really powerful stories. We heard from an alum in the last week that's living in Australia. And Rhode Island, graduated from URI, graduate of the marine biology program, lives in Australia, is leading an Aussie university in ocean research, and did not know President Parlange was from Australia as well, but all over the world. And so we're happy to share that once we collect it all. We'll have it probably about a year from now. It's a long project, but it'll all be done digitally, and then they'll produce a couple of books for us that will obviously make available to folks to see and put in the library.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Mark, I'm down in the Florida area. Where could I get more registration info for those events that are being hosted here?
I will send you an email.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much, Mark.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's do this. Let's go into executive session. And I'll read what we're going into executive session for. We'll vote on it. And then once we do that, we'll take a break. Let's take like a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and run through the executive session. Okay, so may I have a motion that we convene into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42465A2 for discussion regarding collective bargaining with URI's Maritime Professional Association and discussion of litigation, specifically FOSU versus University of Rhode Island. RIGL 42465A3 for discussion, A3 for discussion related to physical security strategy. RIGL 465A7 for review of the Special Legislative Commission's recommendations, government relations and the 2026 legislative session, and the proprietary enrollment model. And 42465A6 and 7 for discussion of endowment management as referenced in the posted agenda. So may I have a motion on that?
Almond, so moved.
May I have a second? Okay, I heard, I think I got Monica on the second. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, there being no discussion, as for a voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Okay, so the board will now convene into executive session for the reasons specified. It's anticipated that it'll last about 2 hours, after which the board will reconvene into open session. The live stream will be paused during the executive session and will resume once the executive session has ended and the board reconvenes into open session. For all those via WebEx, please confirm by saying yes, that no other person is present or able to hear the discussion at the remote location. And if you do not automatically move into the breakout session, join the session when prompted on your computer screen by clicking the join now. So can everybody confirm that they're in a private location?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, so I'll hand it over to Emily to take us into executive session.
Hi, Margo.
Hey, listen, sorry to do this. I came out of the meeting so I could fix my browser, but now I'm not in executive session. So
Okay.
can you bring me in?
Yes. Do you see Margot in the? She's in the main room. Does she have a request on her screen to go in? Okay, let me put her in. Okay, they're moving you in right now. We'll see
Okay,
you.
thank you. Thank you. All right, bye. Okay, thank you, Emily. Okay, the board is now convened into open session. The first order of business in open session is a motion to seal the executive session minutes. May I have a motion?
Charlie Fogarty, so moved.
Courtney Nicolato, second.
Thanks, Charlie and Courtney. Uh, May I have a motion? Okay, February 13th, got it. Any discussion? There being no discussion, as for a voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Okay, agenda item 7 is action items. The first action item, and we're going to do a bunch of votes in omnibus at the end, but these two are separate. So the first is ratification of the memorandum of agreement between the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees and the University of Rhode Island Maritime Professional Association, Local 2877A, Rhode Island Council 94, AFSCME, AFL-CIO, as presented in the enclosure.
This is Courtney, so moved.
Second, Neil.
Robbie Luna, second.
Okay, thanks, Courtney and Neil. Any discussion? There being no discussion, as for a voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, the second vote is the vote of confidence regarding the Special Legislative Commission to make a comprehensive study of Rhode Island's healthcare workforce related to educating and retaining primary care physicians and establishing a state medical school at the University of Rhode Island. Do we want to put the, Emily, can you easily put the vote up on the screen? I'm assuming everybody's read it. If that's not easy to do, it's okay.
No, we have it. I'll just take.
Okay, do you want to put it up? Okay, so really the first 3 paragraphs here. The first is acknowledging that the commission occurred. The second is acknowledging the work done by the commission, which was co-chaired by Senator Pam Lauria and President Mark Parlange. The commission conducted a comprehensive review that included public hearings, expert testimony, data analysis. It culminated in a unanimous 15-0 vote by the commission to recommend that Rhode Island create a medical school at the University of Rhode Island as one of several steps to address the state's shortage of primary care doctors. And then lastly and importantly, we as the trustees affirm our willingness to continue working collaboratively with the commission and the relevant stakeholders as the next phase of this work proceeds, which will focus primarily on the consideration of financial feasibility and related economic implications. So really, it's an acknowledgement of the work, and it's also a statement that there's a lot more work to do around the financial implications.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So may I have a motion on this statement from the board?
So moved.
Thanks, Jay. Second?
Charlie Fogarty,
Robbie
second.
Luna, second.
Thanks, Charlie. Any discussion? Okay, I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? And any abstentions?
Joseph Matthews, abstention due to conflict of interest.
Thank you, Joe. Okay. So the motion carries, and I appreciate your explanation of that, Joe. Okay, so the next item on the agenda are reports of the committee chairs. We can take that down. And so let's start with the approval of the Marquez Cruz 81-84 football practice field. So as Mark, I think it was Mark Parlange had said this in his report earlier, this is really exciting. Mark and Sue are huge football fans, and they've been longtime supporters of the school. I think a lot of us know them personally. They're just fantastic alumni, active alumni. And they're always at the football games. They're a lot of fun to be around at the football games. So may I have a motion that the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees approve the proposal to name the football practice field at URI the Mark S. Cruz 8184 football practice field in recognition of the generous donation from Mark and Sue Cruz to the university as presented in the enclosure and subject to legislative approval.
So moved, Joe Formicola.
Thank you, Joe. The second, who's the second?
Mike Fascitelli.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, any discussion? All right, I ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Terrific, motion carries. Okay, let's get to the committee chairs. And let's start with the Finance and Facilities Committee report. And it maybe Vahid.
Armin's gonna do it.
Armin's gonna do it, yeah. Vahid also has a huge new job. It takes him all over the world, and we're glad he's able to spend time with us today.
It's like my last 10 months, actually, not so
I
new.
know. It's crazy that how much you're traveling. So Armin, I'll hand it over to you.
All right, thank you. I am going to fill in for our chair, Fahid, which was there for most of the meeting. The Finance and Facilities Committee met on February 2nd, 2026. The first order of business was to review of the governor's recommended budget FY27. I'm not going to go through the statistics because Mark, our president, has already given that full report. I just want to remind you all, though, there is going to be a higher education bond in the November election. Right now, it's at 225 million, of which 105 million right now is dedicated for the University of Rhode Island for the integrated health building. Of significance also, I want to note that in the governor's budget, he also recommended the elimination of the FTE caps for the University of Rhode Island retroactively to July 1, 2025, which would then give us the right with our own money to hire full-time employees. Right now, there's a statute that doesn't allow that, and hopefully we're going to get that courtesy so we can move more agile and faster. The next order of business we discussed was the tuition and fee rates for FY27. Abby has already has gone through that with us all, and we actually have taken, no, we haven't taken a vote yet, but we will. Annual procurement update. The board also received the annual procurement update regarding activities within the Office of Strategic Procurement over the last 12 months. Of note here was a discussion of updates to the board's procurement regulations, proposed legislation to streamline procurement through Board of Trustees oversight of all purchasing except GO bonds funded by the state, and the hiring of new contract manager dedicated to the developing of a contract management program. And as you know, we do some procurement on our own. The rest has to go through the state, but this is also progress and an update on the activities of that office. The next item we talked about was the resolution of a bond reimbursement. The committee also discussed and voted to recommend to the full board a resolution allowing for the reimbursement of up to 6.91 million for work associated with two pending FY27 bond issuances. Utilities infrastructure upgrades phase 3 and repaving and hardscape improvements. These bonds are expected to be issued this coming fall, but the work must commence this summer to meet the project scheduled requirements. This is very important we move these two phases of this project. And lastly, for the record, I must note, due to the time constraints, the committee did not discuss the URI exhibit to the Rhode Island Health and Educational Building Corporation and annual report to bondholders known as Appendix A or 2 the approvals under the delegation of authority to the president relating to land and property. And Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Terrific, thank you. A lot of really important things happened at that committee meeting that give the university more flexibility, which we appreciate all the work that went into that.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay, and those, Emily, those votes are in the omnibus vote, I'm assuming?
No, for this one, you're going to take action on the approval of the tuition and mandatory fees.
Do you want to take that now in
Let's do
finance?
that now. Yep, please. Thank you.
I would ask that the tuition increase of 3.5% across the board, along with all the other administrative fees, be passed. Do I hear that as a motion?
I'll move.
So
David
moved.
Butter,
Okay, I heard a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Second.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, opposed, no. Abstentions, none. The motion passes. Also, I would need a motion to approve the resolution on the bond, a reimbursement that was part of your enclosure. Do I hear that as a motion?
So
David
moved, Bill
Marano.
Kerwin.
David
All right.
Marano, second.
Okay, I heard a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes. Aye.
Okay, opposed, no. Abstentions, hearing none, the motion passes. I think that's it.
Thank you, Armin.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to institutional risk and compliance. I'm going to hand it over to Robbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. The Institutional Risk and Compliance Committee met on February 9th, 2026. We received a presentation from Dorca P. Smalley, that she's the director of the Office of Equal Opportunity, on the state required university non-discrimination plan, which was formerly the affirmative action plan. The presentation included a discussion of various executive orders affecting institutions of higher education relative to non-discrimination, activities by the university relative to adherence to these executive orders, and the third was highlights of the university's current non-discrimination plan. An important highlight in this meeting from the committee discussion was an understanding that the university has not changed how it collects demographic data, but only in how it is reported. Director Smalley also emphasized that the university has not made any changes in its hiring practice, only in the nature of its outreach efforts. The second item that we reviewed was we received an annual update on compliance with standards governing the conduct of research. And for this, Elizabeth Buchanan, she's the Associate VP for Research Administration, provided a presentation on the current state of federal research compliance, particularly with respect to the ongoing grant changes and executive orders that affect the federal support. She also led a discussion regarding the efforts undertaken by the university to manage the constantly shifting landscape of federal research to maintain compliance. The committee received a full understanding of the increased level of effort undertaken by the research and economic development team to manage this ever-changing landscape. We also received an update on the NCAA agreed upon procedures and single audit, and the review of the agreed upon procedures, the AUP. So Mike Johns, principal of the university's outside audit firm, Clifton Larson, provided a short presentation on the university's single audit. For the current year, fiscal year 25, the university was not required by the state to complete a single audit. The committee was also updated on the review of the NCAA AUP by James Moore and Company, a new audit firm that has specialization on college athletics. That was led by Katie West, a partner at James Moore and Company, who provided a broad overview of the AUP and noted that there were no findings. And lastly, the committee approved minor changes to the IRCC calendar. And that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Also great discussions at this committee. Any questions for Robbie? Okay, thank you. And we'll address the votes in the omnibus. Okay, let's go to academic affairs and research.
I think governance was next, Margot.
Well,
Yeah.
really? Oh, sorry about that.
all good.
Never because it's not important. But I skipped ahead in my agenda. Okay, let's go to you, Courtney, for the governance committee, which also, I mean, all of the committees were actually really good this time. Not that they're not always good, but lots of good discussion here.
Great, thanks, Madam Chair. The Governance Committee met on February 9th to discuss a number of items. One was our annual board retreat will be June 26th of this year, and which coincidentally is also United Way's 100th anniversary, so we'll celebrate in style. We talked about a number of different topics and things that we want to focus on, and so I had a great robust conversation about that. We have our annual board self-assessment form will be coming out to you after this meeting. And so Emily and the team are and the governance committee discussed a couple of slight additions to the form as a result of some research that we've done with the Association of Governing Boards. So be on the lookout for that. Additionally, just a reminder to everyone here is that your annual cybersecurity training, yes, board members, you need to complete annual cybersecurity training, is due February 16th. So you have 3 days to be in robust knowledge acquisition around cybersecurity at the University of Rhode Island. We talked a little bit about URI Day on March 26th, which we've touched on already. And then in the omnibus vote, you'll see items 9C and D, which are approval of 2 policies, which we spoke about and approved for recommended to the board for their approval, which is the revised URI Board of Trustees policy on sexual misconduct, as well as the approval of the revised URI Board of Trustees procurement regulations. Anyone have any questions on anything we covered or any of the policies? All right, with that, that's my report.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, now let's go to academic affairs and research with Neil.
Okay, thank you, Margot. We met on February 10th, Tuesday, and considered 3 action items, 2 of which relate to the approval of new degree programs, one a doctorate in education, the second a BA Bachelor of Arts in Learning and Education in Action, and the third, the approval of the granting of tenure to our new Vice Provost and Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Mary Elizabeth Myran. All 3 of those are in the omnibus vote. We also heard presentations, as is our policy, from the Chief Academic Officer and from our Vice President for Research. And I'll ask Barbara and Bethany, if they're on, to briefly summarize their reports.
Great, thank you. What the AAR committee reviewed in terms of 2 updates from the academic affairs, in addition to what you've heard so far. One was about the university's reaccreditation, and then the second was our recent academic summit. And as a reminder, you're aware that URI is up for reaccreditation in 2027 with the New England Commission on Higher Education, that's also known as NECHI. And in this past December, NECHI finalized their updated standards where they consolidated 9 standards into 5. So that helps us have a clear roadmap that we need to undertake our self-study. And for those who may not be aware, the self-study is a long process in terms of over the course of the next year. So this January marked the official start of our reaccreditation process. There was an accreditation steering committee. They hosted in-person and virtual listening sessions to hear about people's experiences on campus as they relate to the 5 standards. We also launched an online survey for members of the URI committee to anonymously share their thoughts and perspectives with us. So looking ahead, the steering committee will be conducting further data collection this spring, and then they'll begin to draft our self-study over the summer, and the process will culminate with the NETCHI site visit in October of 2027. So I do want to say a thank you to Sue Adams on our team. She's the Vice Provost for Academic and Faculty Initiatives for leading this. She's leading the steering committee, and I also want to thank Dr. Perwin for offering his time and expertise as part of the steering committee as well. And just again, briefly, last month we hosted our annual academic summit. That's an annual day where we do professional development for our faculty. This year's program focused on cultivating resilience during time of change, and we had over 150 attendees with breakout sessions on a wide variety of topics such as institutional resilience, resilience in research, supporting students, navigating grief and loss on campus, and how to care for yourself while caring for others. So again, a thank you to Vice Provost Sue Adams for organizing the summit. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Barb. Any questions for our provost? If not, a brief summary of where we stand, primarily with sponsored research. Bethany?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Kerwin. Good afternoon, everyone. Following up on this theme of resilience, I took the temperature of where we were kind of from a mid-year standpoint, looking at July to December in fiscal year 26 compared to fiscal year 25. We are up pretty significantly in numbers and dollar amount requests of proposals going out the door. So this connects to the theme of our resilient faculty. In FY26, that number's 210 million compared to 186 million in FY25. Those are outbound proposals being considered for review. In new awards in FY26, we're at about 85 million. That's a little lower than 94 million in FY25, but remember, we're still coming out of a shutdown. We still are seeing some grant terminations. They're sporadic, but they are still coming in. The other good news I have is that grant spending is actually higher this year in FY26 than it was in the same time period of FY25. And our F&A revenues, which we incur as grant spending occurs, are exactly at the same place and the same pace they were in FY25 at 9.9 million. So overall, we're not going off of a cliff with our sponsored research, although individual grants that have been cut and we are still seeing some of those effects definitely hurt on a very individual level. The other thing we're seeing in our spotlight, our early career faculty continue to do well and are earning major research awards. I invite you to view that at the committee meeting, but we're also seeing successful teams of faculty teaming up with their early career colleagues that are really helping to get some major awards. Examples are Reiner Lohman, who runs our STEEP Center, got a major EPA award with an early career research faculty, and Angela Slitt in the College of Pharmacy got an NIH award again with 2 early career faculty. So that trend is really encouraging. And then lastly, we're also seeing in some rare cases, the Fed's adding money back to our portfolio. And this is really based on the strength of our research and reputation. And one of our USAID awards came back online. It moved to the State Department, and another $24 million was added to the Fish Right Project in the Philippines. So that's allowing that work we've been doing for years in the Philippines to continue under the direction of Elin Terrell, who runs our Coastal Institute and in the Graduate School of Oceanography. So that summarizes my presentation, but the theme is resilience, and our faculty are doing amazing work.
Thank you, Bethany. I think the committee agreed wholeheartedly with Bethany's assessment of the performance of the faculty under extraordinarily difficult conditions. But any questions for Bethany? If not, that concludes my report.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Bethany. Okay, so now we're going to the omnibus vote. Agenda item 9. So before proceeding with the omnibus vote to approve the past meeting's minutes and committee recommended action items, are there any action items listed below for which any member has any questions or would like to discuss, oppose, or remove from the omnibus vote to be voted on individually? And those are items 9A through 9G. Okay, so hearing none, may I have an omnibus motion to approve agenda action items 9A through 9G as recommended and presented?
Monica Garn, so moved.
Robbie Luna, second.
Monica and Robbie. Any discussion on the motion? I guess for a voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. The motion carries. Okay, so the last is the adjournment. And before I do that, a quick reminder that URI Day is March 26th. I know for those of you who travel, it's tough to do for one day, but it is at 2 o'clock, which means you can theoretically take a flight in that morning, which is what I'm doing. And then maybe theoretically get a flight back out. So, but it's worth it to try to get there. And happy Valentine's Day, which is tomorrow. Don't forget, happy Valentine's Day. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Charlie Fogarty, so moved.
And I'll second.
Thank you. As for a voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. The next URI board meeting is in person on Friday, April 24th, and we'll see you all then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mario.
Thank you.
Thank you.